Everything is more connected than you think.
This is personal. One last fight.
That part's good.
I'm in.
Oh, I'll have another. Make it a double.
Who are you talking to?
Vincent, my server, he's from San Diego.
Dad, Mom thinks she's at a resort again.
Yeah, she told me.
When you'd rather not resort to a virtual resort.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to Newswave. Well, that escalated quickly after we talked about the Nintendo Direct rumors, information going around. All kinds of stuff started to pop up online. Leaks, rumors, reports. It's absolutely exploded, and I guess we'll go over that here today while we're all kind of hanging out waiting for Nintendo to make that apparent announcement. Also, we are going to be talking about just, a heartbreaking story out of Konami when it comes to Metal Gear Solid 4, and we'll also be going over Final Fantasy 16 and a mode that seems to set everything up for us to play through it multiple times. So if you guys enjoy these videos, make sure that like button helps out a ton, and if new here to the Spawn Wave channel, make sure you subscribe down below. We're going to start today with Hideo Kojima and his plans for the future, specifically for creating games apparently in space. We can see this posted up over on PC Games N. And this was during a panel where Kojima was talking alongside of Jeff Keighley and sort of a Q&A with plans for the future and what he would like to accomplish. And he says, I want to go to outer space. All right. I want to go to outer space and create a game that you can play in space. Because right now you probably can't play all games in outer space. But I'd play that. So someone please send me up to space. All right, I just see headlines now with Kojima, and I just, yeah, okay, sure. I don't even really question it much that he would have said something like this. Okay, why not? Let Kojima go to space. I'm confused. You mean games that you could only play in space, I assume, with zero gravity, or games that we would play here, but it would give us that experience of being in space? Again, it's Kojima, so who really knows? Just someone has to front millions and millions of dollars to send them to space, and then we'll find out. Also, we got some good news out of Tango Gameworks when it comes to Ghostwire Tokyo, which we can see this over on Twitter. They say, from everyone at Tango Gameworks, thank you to 5 million fans who have played Ghostwire Tokyo. They have some commemorative artwork here from the concept artist, Kenta Muramatsu. And this is good overall because the thing with Ghostwire Tokyo is it feels like a game that definitely needs a sequel. For a lot of the ideas that it had, it just didn't necessarily capitalize on it or flesh it out completely. Like the idea of the hand symbols and kind of the fighting there with the magic was great, but it did feel fairly shallow, especially later on in the game. And it actually kind of felt like it came to a very abrupt ending and then set you up with this open world that had a lot of same kind of scenario set up across the board and more of a checklist situation. So I would like to see another game, a sequel to Ghostwire Tokyo, and the idea of it being in Game Pass, as you can see here with that 5 million player count, certainly benefited from going into that subscription service for people to just sort of try it out. So if they're looking for more and more games to complete a very diverse lineup for Game Pass, I mean, Ghostwire Tokyo is definitely a game that's a bit out there and unique, so here's hoping for a sequel. Oh, and here's an interesting release. We had talked before about Chocobo GP and how Square Enix was shutting that down completely, a live service game that didn't last very long for them. Surprise, surprise, but it appears they've decided to re-release it just as a regular game, which is probably what they should have done in the first place. This you could see noticed by Nintendo over on Twitter with Square Enix re-released Chocobo GP. That was on June 15th. Like, no one really noticed at all. It has all unlockables in-game, no longer has microtransactions. I think they mentioned removing microtransactions and all of that, but this just sort of feels like they decided, let's just release the game as a regular game. And in fact, if you have GP Lite, you can purchase the upgrade and transfer your save data over. And again, this is what they should have done in the first place, but I guess they wanted to try the live service route, and I guess at least it wasn't completely lost to time. They were able to essentially revert it back to a regular game. So there you go. If you were curious but turned off by the microtransactions and the live service aspect, now, it seems like a regular game you can go pick up and play. And guys, with some of the quick news out of the way, let's get into the bigger stuff. Let's start right away with all the rumors, leaks, and reports around this Nintendo Direct, and apparently a ton of games. This might be one of the best Directs ever created from what is getting out there right now. And there's a lot of talk from Sean about a disease for the Nintendo Direct, a sickness that's getting out there. People basically just getting excited for something that hasn't been announced yet, although I guess a lot of people have been kind of pushing the idea of a Direct for quite some time now. However, you can kind of feel like, okay, a little different right now. And in fact, any time now we could have that announcement, and typically happens about an hour after Newswave goes up, so who knows, by the time you're watching this today, it might already have happened. But I figured we would take a look at some of the stuff that's being talked about currently, one of which includes Atlas, because why not? I mean, you can see this over on Twitter, someone capturing the screenshot of an unlisted trailer for Persona 3 Reload, and it has the Switch text in there for the different platforms that it's coming to. And this is just, again, it's just Atlas. It's what they do. But I will point out, because people are like, oh, this obviously means Persona 3 Reload is going to be in this reported direct. The only thing with that is, in the card at the end of the trailer, there is no Switch logo, and it does make me think that this could have been one of the most Atlas things ever. Whoever posted the video, social media manager or anything, just kind of copy and pasted from Persona 5 Tactica, the different platforms, and didn't realize that Switch was in there. Then they went back and remove that Switch text. Then we also have talks around a couple of games that could be in this direct from Pyro, and so apparently this Twitter account has guest stuff right in the past. I've seen this play out with Waddle Dee Knows and all of this, where they can post a bunch of stuff, delete things that they're right before, so they start trolling later. But this made the rounds again, and we'll see where this has kind of evolved to, but they mentioned a new 2D Mario Brothers, which I don't think is very hard to predict. But the other one's interesting. A remake of a Super Nintendo classic. I initially thought it would have been maybe something fun like an RPG, an HD 2D setup from Square. And that's still very possible here, but now it's gone completely out there, and some are even expecting a Chrono Trigger remake, with Zippo Speaks throwing that out there. But it seemed like there was talks about it being Square Enix in general, so I don't know. Take your best guess on that one. Oh, and I guess we can quickly touch on the Shin Megami Tensei 5 Complete Edition. This was teased in kind of an over-the-top fashion here by Xun. And this is over on a Chinese forum, and they have actually gotten several things right in the past. And in this case, they set up for the concert with the background shifting back and forth to some text that translates to Complete Edition. And yeah, I expect Shin Megami Tensei 5 to go to other platforms like PlayStation and probably PC, because it was in the NVIDIA leak list. And once again, I don't think you should really go against that list, not with what it's proven in the past. But this might be my favorite one of all, and it kind of shows where we are with the hype and speculation, all these trains running together. This was posted up by Rob on Twitter, and it was pulled because in the background, there's a Nintendo Switch logo on the right for advertising behind home plate. Then on the left, Nintendo logo and Mario holding up a bat, which people then took to mean that Nintendo accidentally, I guess, ran the ad early, and it's for a new Mario baseball game. I'm serious. Now, first of all, the funny thing is Nintendo is technically involved with the Seattle Mariners, I believe, since they own, I feel like they own like 10% of that team. This is an interesting fact there, yeah, but it's also possible that Nintendo just wants to theme Mario, a render that they already have, around, baseball, because it's in a baseball stadium. So that, to me, that seems pretty straightforward, although, sure, I guess it's possible. It's the last real sports game they would need on the Switch to complete, like, the entire series. So why not go ahead and do a Mario baseball game? It would make sense. But I guess at least people are excited, and that's never led to disappointment on the internet. But one thing's for sure, we'll kind of hang out, wait to see if Nintendo does have it direct to announce, and we'll see if Sean starts feeling better out of nowhere, breaks out the crystal ball, and has his Nintendo Direct predictions ready suspiciously early later on today. We'll see. Next up, let's talk about Konami, and kind of a frustrating story looking back on it, mostly for current preservation and just availability of this title, and that's Metal Gear Solid 4. This is a game that's still trapped on the PlayStation 3. Technically, you can play it on PC with some oddities thrown in there through emulation, but officially, it's only ever been released on that PlayStation 3 console. However, it looks like Konami at least played around with the idea of it being on the Xbox 360 as well. Now, this we can see posted up over on Time Extension, and this is part of Stephen L. Kent in his Ultimate History of Video Games Volume 2, while talking with former Kojima production staffer Ryan Payton about the process of Metal Gear Solid 4 being ported to the Xbox 360 during development. Says, despite how downtrodden my colleagues were with developing on PS3, now that referencing the PS3 being notoriously difficult to create for, specifically for the cell processor, and to my understanding, some of the poor documentation from Sony around it, saying most of them were still hardcore Sony fans and were not in favor of spending resources on such a test, this referencing the Xbox 360. They believe Metal Gear Solid 4 would look and run terribly on Microsoft's older and inferior hardware. One fateful day, the Konami R&D team hosted a meeting where we got to see the fruits of their labor, Metal Gear Solid 4 running beautifully and smoothly on an Xbox 360. As one of the few unabashed Xbox fans in the office, I was excited.
Casey is an expert in many things. Painting is not one of them. But she wasn't going to say no to Grandma. She's a mic. When there's a mic in your hand, there's a mic in your heart. The world needs more mics.
So if they had the game running on the Xbox 360 during development alongside of the PS3 version, why didn't it come out on that platform? Because apparently there was no deal with Sony to make this exclusive for the PS3. Well, apparently it had to do with the amount of DVDs that it would have to ship on to be feasible on the Xbox 360. Remember, versus the Blu-ray, which Metal Gear Solid 4 did ship on a dual layer Blu-ray at 50 gigabytes. I mean, you kind of do the math, it would take quite a few DVDs for that to function on the Xbox 360. Even if they went like dual layer there, it'd still be 4 or 5, maybe 6, and that's if it had to be 50 gigabytes. Because to my understanding, Metal Gear Solid 4 is not that large. From what I've seen, ripping it from a Blu-ray, it's like 30 gigabytes or so. And after it had come out, there was a patch that was pushed to where you didn't have to do those installs depending on where you were in the game. It would just all install at once. And I've seen people talking about it range from 10, 15 gigabytes or so. And really, if you look at Metal Gear Solid 4 when it came out in the first place, it kind of mirrored having to change out the disc and install. Anyway, now I think this is, as is described here early on in the story, they were more on board with Sony and the PlayStation 3 just because of the overall tone and the way that people at that studio saw the Xbox 360, which Xbox has never been very big in Japan, and when they were deciding between the two, despite the struggles of the cell processor in the PS3, they still wanted to go with Sony's console. But the reason this is so unfortunate is because it probably would be backwards compatible right now on the Xbox One, the Xbox Series, if it had released on the Xbox 360. Because the HD collection is backwards compatible, I figured that would also probably follow suit, and you would have at least 2, 3, Peace Walker, and 4 available right now on the Xbox Series, probably upscaled to 4K, maybe an FPS boost. But here we are now still hoping that Konami will just do a full-on port. At least we know, based on the story, it is possible, and it's not necessarily due to it completely being developed for the cell processor, as they were able to make it work on the Xbox 360 setup as well. Next up, let's talk about Microsoft and their view on the current VR market, and if it's even worth them jumping in when it comes to gaming to maybe compete with the PlayStation VR 2 and soon to be MetaQuest 3. Well, this was in an interview with Hollywood Reporter and Matt Booty. We can see this posted up, transcribed over here by VGC, saying, I think for us, it's just a bit of wait until there's an audience there. We're very fortunate we've got these big IPs that have turned into ongoing franchises with big communities. We have 10 games that have achieved over 10 million players life to date, which is a pretty big accomplishment, but that's the kind of scale that we need to see success for the game, and it's not quite there yet with augmented reality or virtual reality. And if you consider the fact that Sony told us that around 600,000 PSVR 2 units had shipped out in the first 6 weeks, it does make me wonder, as you kind of saw that chart leveling out a bit, if they would be able to sell 10 million headsets. Now, Microsoft has played around with HoloLens as an overall company, not necessarily in the gaming division, so they're familiar with augmented reality, and it's possible that it catches on more and more now that Apple's broken into the scene, but even that seems like it's potentially a decade away based on how expensive their newest AR headset is currently. So in this instance, Microsoft just needs to get things figured out when it comes to creating games, like get games out there like Starfield that looks like it's building up to be their generational release, and then follow it up with consistency, then maybe they can look around at VR or AR if it catches on. Because right now, I will admit with Sony, doesn't feel like VR2 or PSVR 2 has continued any kind of momentum it may have had at launch. We're still kind of waiting for some big time releases to come out that really captures the mainstream. So in Microsoft's mind, I'll play it safe, sit out on the sidelines of the VR until it's able to prove itself. Although I will say, if given the option from a consumer side, I would prefer Microsoft to jump in as well, just to try to get that sector kickstarted a bit more with competition and just more games, because right now that's what VR needs, is just more interest. And with Microsoft and Sony pushing along with Meta, that maybe could get VR going, because it just seems to be struggling still, even with a lot of money and a big company like Meta and a big company like Sony really pushing it. And in our last bit of news, let's talk about some new details for Final Fantasy XVI. This, though, talking more about the post-credits. After you beat the game, what is there for you to do? Well, take a look. This was a screen capture from Genki over on Twitter talking about Final Fantasy mode. And this is basically the New Game Plus mode, and it's a hard mode you can access after completing the game, so there'll be higher enemy levels. Your level cap is raised all the way up to 100. The Ultima weapon is available for crafting, level, possessions, abilities, all of that are carried over, and a gold trophy for completion. It's interesting, though, that the Ultima weapon is basically locked behind completing the game once and then going back through on New Game Plus, but if the enemies are stronger, you'll probably need that ultimate weapon anyway, and that's always the really fun part about Final Fantasy, is finding the ultimate weapon or ultimate weapons as you go through, because it just makes you feel incredibly powerful. And I guess going through New Game Plus, again, where you'll have stronger enemies, it makes sense to try to feel even more powerful than your initial normal or maybe even easy playthrough there. But it just feels like more and more information that we've been getting around Final Fantasy XVI has been making it sound better and better. But tomorrow we're really going to find out, because that's when the Metacritic score drops, along with a bunch of reviews, impressions, and thoughts from independent outlets, and not just Square Enix obviously trying to sell us on the game. But I mean, we've been able to play the demo. Thought it was pretty good, so I'm looking forward to this game when it releases at the end of this week. And good to know that there is quite a bit to do, seemingly, even after you beat the game. And before we go to the comment of the day, we're going to take a look at the poll that I posted up yesterday, where I ask, if a game has New Game Plus, do you play through the game again using it right away? 5% of you are completionists, saying, yeah, restart it and play through it again for that completion, maybe the Platinum Trophy, the 1,000 gamer score on Xbox. 65% say only if I really like the game. 30% say no, when I beat a game, I don't play through it again right away. I will admit now I'm more likely to just go to the next game after I beat a title rather than go back through for completion's sake or New Game Plus. Whereas back in the day when I got like 2 or 3 games a year, I would definitely do New Game Plus, and I at times beat that game multiple times to get as much time out of it as I could. Although I will admit now, even sometimes New Game Plus can be a lot of fun, especially when you start up with all your abilities from the end game, from the previous playthrough, your weapons, your accessories, and you just kind of blast through all the enemies early on in the games. That part, yeah, it can be a lot of fun. And we'll finish up with the comment of the day, as you're seeing here. This is from Autumn saying, what's your honest take on DLC Spawn? Despite the monetary factor, do you enjoy coming back to IPs, or does it feel cumbersome in a day and age carefully timed release cadence? So this is interesting because it brings up the argument of how far out from a game's release do you have to wait for downloadable content? Because there are times where it'll be a year or two, I'll go back to the game, and I've completely forgotten how to play it. I have to relearn it. Spend like the first hour just remembering how everything worked, whether it's combos in an action game or even just full-on setups or storylines in an RPG. So in that instance, provided everything's on the up and up and things aren't held back, I don't mind getting DLC that's legitimate and like sizable a month or two after the full game comes out. But of course, there's always that thought that things were held back for that downloadable content. It's just such a tightrope to walk if you're a publisher or developer as to when you release this. But to me, if it's legitimately good downloadable content and it feels like it's worth buying, even if it's pretty close to release, I would still check it out. But Let me know. Would you rather wait a year or two to get the content or get it as close to release as possible? And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for Newswave. If you enjoyed this video, guys, hit that like button. If not, hit the dislike. Leave comments down below about everything we talked about here today. Where's all the Nintendo Direct talk, the hype, the rumors. What do you hope to see here, and what do you think about that Super Nintendo Classic remake? Then also, what about Metal Gear Solid 4? Could have been on the Xbox 360, but Konami decided no because of too many DVDs. Thanks, guys, for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Annika, ich habe die Bombe gefunden.
Okay, Johann? Das sollte ein blauer und gelber Draht sein. Schneid den blauen durch.
Die sind beide blau.
Vision works. See the difference.
See, this is what I was gonna say. Are we gonna be funny first, and then you guys should have been funny,
Well,
and we could have done there. See, Gerard,
I'm not your
like you
fucking
get
monkey.
this.
I'm not just funny on command.
Yes,
Okay?
monkey.
All right, I want to be funny.
Get
when
on
I
your
wanna be funny.
Come on,
unicycle
Ralph,
and pick
they're
up your
jokes.
balls
They're
to
jokes.
The funny
juggle.
switch. Just turn on the funny
Yeah,
switch.
it's easy.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
fire
yeah.
it up.
At
Sometimes
10
it backfires.
10:30. Sorry. Luckily, we can edit those moments.
I will say, if we're talking about at least funny things we experienced this weekend, Jake, you have the best photo with the Tekken guys.
Yes.
From the Tekken 8
Oh,
party.
thank you.
What's your one?
I'm
put
just
that
like
up.
a small postured,
The two of them are
feeble man.
ripped and bleeding and muscular and
Yes.
sexy, and
I'm soft and short. Yeah, just like timid.
it's a Jake
never,
sandwich.
Never closed a fist in my life.
We're gonna send that photo to Stu so we can edit that.
Yeah,
one.
please.
Oh yeah,
Let's make
definitely,
sure. Let's make sure that one
definitely.
gets
Did
up
we
there.
all get a picture?
I
of
did.
it?
I got
did.
one.
Yeah.
I was more like a chieftain, kind of like.
Yeah.
I
I
did
did-
one where I was like pretending to whisper in one of
Yeah, I
their
saw
ears,
that.
and we were bitching.
That was a good one. So people listening, there was a Tekken 8 event, and there was Jin and
Kazuya.
Thank you. And they were like incredible cosplayer actor men with like perfect muscles and the crazy hair.
Yes.
And everybody was walking up and taking pictures with them, and they were really cool. I wanted to like be very polite and not like objectify them, just being like, "What's up? Let me take a picture with you."
Doing these ones.
I was
Hey,
like,
whoa,
yeah.
whoa.
I was like, "Hello, how are you? How's it going today?" You know, and they were really dope. They were really cool.
Yeah.
Love those guys.
The scary part about them is that they had even all of the veins. that
Yeah.
those
Oh
guys
my
had.
yeah.
god,
Like,
they didn't look
yeah.
real.
they didn't look real at
Well,
all.
So we saw them. We were with you when we walked past them, and we were like, "Have you seen these buff guys
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
the Tekken stand?" Tekken was not playable at all, by the way. This is not
No,
like.
it wasn't.
No, they
It was
gave us
literally-
they gave us
Yeah.
gold medallions for a
The beta.
alpha or a
Yeah.
beta.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that they Tekken held a party that just turned out to be Harada's birthday party.
Yeah, that's right.
And they
That's
just had
cool.
these. They had these
I
cosplayers.
wish we had known that. I would have
Me
brought. I would have brought
too.
Harada
Put a
something.
present.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
I'll put us some Tim Tams.
And we
Yeah.
walked past and like kind of
Nice.
snuck a look in, and these two amazing cosplayers were there. And we all thought they were wearing like the bodysuits
Yeah.
from Arrested
Yeah.
Development,
No, they
Yeah,
were real.
yeah,
but they were real.
They were real.
That they could really throw one another into a volcano. Like
Yeah.
absolutely.
It was all. They were also there the entire day.
Yeah.
I walked
It was
by
like
at one
Both
point.
days. Both days.
Both days, 9 a.m.
days.
ripped, shredded, cold, ready to go.
Cold,
I
yeah.
walked by one time and it was like dead because everybody was like at appointments and they were hanging out, chatting together, and like eating a bag of chips.
Wait.
And I was like, "Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah, I
Is that
That's
lore
not canon.
appropriate?
Is that a
Well,
canon event? They're eating
well,
sun chips."
That part of like the Tekken Lounge, whatever it was mostly just for the party.
Yeah.
But they had them for both days, and we didn't really know
It's
you
a
could
good
go
spot to
in
post
there.
up. Yeah.
But also like they had not one but two ice sculptures.
That's true. They had an ice luge.
Oh,
the photo I am sharing, I will send to Stu as well, is these buff dudes that we're talking about sitting down playing Blue Protocol, right? So
it looks
he's
like
lit-
the meme of like Yes King, like
Yeah.
like the jacked guys at the computers.
Super, exactly right. It's exactly
So
that.
good,
it's
dude.
very cute.
Oh,
man.
okay.
Welcome to the Friends Per Second podcast. We're in person.
Yay!
Yeah.
Guys, we did it. We made it a year.
We're
did.
here.
I know.
1 year.
1 year.
1 year.
That is
1
crazy.
year.
It's episode despite being a year, it's only episode
23.
23. Yeah, that's because we are every other week, and we've been gone for a while. We're actually a little later. This is a really big episode. We're going to be talking about stuff you may have heard about a while back, but we've also played a lot of things behind the scenes at all these events, so we're talking about a ton. We're also talking to Ben Starr, the lead actor of Final Fantasy 16. He plays Clive.
He's like right on this couch.
Yeah.
Where Jake is sitting right now. He was here just before we recorded that block first.
Yeah, we had a really good conversation.
Yeah,
so.
it was
best.
really great. Actually.
So sweet.
Yeah.
I want to be friends with him.
I think he would like to be friends with you.
Yeah, you guys had a moment where it was like, we don't
Capital
need to
G
be.
gamer.
That's
like,
right.
Ben, if you're watching this now,
And he will be.
let's do a co-op game. What do you want to play? Let's do
right.
Resident Evil 5, whatever. I'm down. Let's do it.
This is how fast dudes can become best friends meme.
Just guys
where
being
these
dudes.
guys just talking about getting trophies in
He was-
playing the game.
He's literally like trophies, and it's like a dog whistle to
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
It's like
What?
trophies, and then you're like trophies.
Yeah. Crash Team Racing Nitro, you know?
when he said that, I was like, Jesus Christ, this
Yeah, I
guy
know, right?
really is.
Even I didn't
He's
do
a
that
proper
one.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there. Damn.
Yeah, so look forward to that. It's a
Sweet
good
stuff.
chat. It's a good chat.
So with everything we have, I think we'll do a kind of a little breakdown, rundown of some of our highlights of each of the things. That's kind of what we did last year, which was our first episode.
Yeah.
Wild to
So
think.
we might as well start off with the Jeff Keighley Summer Game Fest stream. Yeah, it was all right.
I thought, I liked it. I think starting with that Prince of Persia game, which we are going to talk about today.
Oh, yeah.
'cause,
Yeah.
did we all get hands on with that?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I
Yeah.
got hours of hands-on
Yeah.
on it.
Oh, yeah, you went to
I went to
Paris.
Montpellier to play it.
That's
I was
crazy.
there. I was there, and yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me,
I'm getting the list up, too.
yeah,
I've got my list
I
too.
know there's so many.
There was a lot.
One of the biggest
Yeah.
highlights for me was, let me see that.
So this is small. This is small stuff,
Yeah.
medium stuff, big stuff.
Oh, nice.
It was nice to breathe the same air as Nicolas Cage.
Oh
That
my
was really
God.
nice.
Oh, I was so envious.
Yeah.
So we were doing like the Giant Bomb talk over, and I was in the studio, and I was like, oh, there's always gonna be a big guest. There's always gonna be
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you guys were there, and it was Nicolas Cage.
I know,
I'm like,
right?
oh, and he looked so happy to be there.
Yes,
really
he was
did.
very excited to be there.
Because Al Pacino, you could tell they kind of just pointed him on the direction of the
Yeah.
stage and shoved him out, and he's
And
like,
then-
"What? Oh, what am I? What's going on here? Huh? Can't read that."
Yeah, and then
that
they
was
cut off
it.
the teleprompter.
Yeah,
like,
that's
good luck.
right.
He's Al Pacino. He'll figure it
Yeah,
out.
yeah, that's right.
Michael
So-
Michael
but
Madsen.
what's his name? Cage was just like, he loved it. He was just up there.
Yeah.
He was just inhaling the moment.
Yeah.
with his full, like, the facial expressions and the eyebrows. And
Oh,
just
yeah.
all of it, man. It was amazing.
Looking good, too.
He looked
He
fantastic.
knew whatever he was gonna say.
I
would be
mean,
a
I
meme.
feel like he probably just had some bullet points in his head.
Yeah.
And then he just Nick Caged the rest. You know
Yeah.
what I
Like,
mean? Like,
imagine being in a game where you play yourself too. Like he doesn't
Yeah.
have to reach too
I mean,
much
this
there.
is the year of meta Nick Cage, right? He
Yeah.
was in that that
Oh,
movie last year.
Unbearable
Massive
Weight of
Talent?
Massive
Massive
Weight,
Talent.
yeah.
Have you
Yeah,
seen
sure.
Renfield?
No, I heard it's
awesome.
great though.
Oh,
I
good.
really liked it. Yeah. And
I
he's hamming it up. He's that scenery, bite marks all over it.
the
Oh,
nice. I like it. It's a good that's
wow
nice phraseology.
Wow. The takeaway, honestly, for that, because I'm not like a Dead by Daylight guy, and we're talking about this for too long, but I hope other publishers, developers take note because he seemed genuine.
Yes.
I've seen anecdotes out there that like he does really genuinely like some games, and I think there's more opportunity for him to actually be in something, and that like would get like
What
be
else?
a consumer.
Fortnite.
Of
What
that.
else should he be in?
Fortnite.
Don't say Fortnite. Anything but Fortnite. What else should he be
Oh,
in, Jay?
God.
Tekken 8.
He
Fall
should.
Guys.
Fall Guys,
Tekken
Fall Guys
8,
is
dude.
really good.
Fall Guys
Yeah,
actually
Fall Guys is really
does
good.
work
Yeah,
quite
it's
well, to
excellent.
be honest
The
with
bees.
Perfect. Yeah, but for me, I think the big thing was Alan Wake 2.
Oh, dude.
Seeing
Oh
that
my
was
God.
very nice. Getting a snippet of gameplay.
Yeah.
Very much backing up what they've been saying about the game, where it's legit survival horror.
I'm so excited. We'll talk about it. We all went to the behind closed doors.
Yes.
We did.
Like, yeah.
I didn't.
No.
You missed out, man. That was
Let
like
us tell you.
I
that was
did-
like the
didn't
best.
get an invite.
That was
Right.
the best part of the Playdays thing.
The craziest thing to me for Playdays, I don't know if it was the same for you guys, is that my schedule was full both days.
Oh yeah.
And
Totally.
yet there were still things I didn't get to see
Oh
behind
yeah.
closed
There's
doors.
a lot of stuff there.
I was really bummed I didn't get to do Day of the Devs this year.
I did.
Which was my
was
highlight
very good.
last year.
Yeah, it was very good. Actually.
So
One of my friends their game was in Day of the Devs, and so when I got to the booth, and I was like, yeah, it was so
you
cool. I
made
got to sit down and play with him. It was great.
Which game was it?
Haunty.
That's very good, that game.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
art design is top tier, actually. It's
Yeah,
like
the
probably one of the best looking things in the show.
director of Haunty and the musician of Haunty are good friends of mine, and it was just so fun seeing their to be there because they had no funding, they had no support, so to be here at Day of the Devs,
that's
a
awesome.
huge turnaround for them.
I want to hear from you about Sonic Superstars.
Yeah.
Because you're the guy.
Yeah,
you're the guy.
You guys didn't play it? Get to see it?
No, they wouldn't. They only were doing walk-up bookings.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was like super busy and whatever. But
Yeah.
I like watched it. I stood and watched the whole thing.
It's fun. It's definitely like my game of the show, but just because by default it's the game that I get the most time with and really enjoyed. It feels very safe. It feels very, very safe for a Sonic game. It doesn't feel like it's taking any big risks like Frontiers did. It's the coolest thing I will say about it is that the Chaos Emeralds now give you individual powers. So when you get a Chaos Emerald, Sonic and friends do something cool. So if you get the blue Chaos Emerald, Sonic can create tons of avatar clones of themselves and that's like on a cooldown. Or you turn into a wisp and like can go up waterfalls. So traversal is cool for Sonic.
Yeah.
Now he's not just on the floor; he can really go anywhere. But I thought it was a good time. I think it's like I said, it's gonna be safe. I think it's gonna be a fine Sonic game.
It seems like from what I've seen, it's like it is what it is. Like it's exactly like what you from the trailer. Like it's very much that.
I would have loved it. I would have loved to have seen the version because the rumor is that the Evening Star guys, the guys who made Sonic Mania, I think I read in an interview that they were the ones that were supposed to work on this game, and they did not.
But then they had their falling out with Sega, didn't they? They had like
something went down, and they were supposed to work on that game, and now they're not. So this is I don't remember the name of the studio. It's called Astro Studios or Astro Studios. I think they're associated to the original team that worked on Sonic in some capacity. So original team, and supposedly Jun Sonoy and T. Lopes are working together on the soundtrack. So it should be good. Sonic games always have good music.
My only problem is I like big Sonic, not little Sonic. I like my Sonic with like legs and arms and like, six pack. I mean, he doesn't have a six pack, like tall Sonic, but like
you want Sonic.
What the hell? Sonic have you been looking at?
Hang on. As someone who's not a Sonic pervert, what the hell does that mean?
There's little Sonic. And he's like
classic
got like
Sonic
tummy.
and modern
Sonic.
He's
cute. He's got his little tummy.
Okay.
And then there's regular Sonic who's a little more lanky.
Yeah,
I get you.
Cool dude with the attitude.
Don't make a face.
I mean, honestly, we in all the talkovers. Tam just pulled up some
nice.
Sonic.
That's some lovely Sonic deviant art right there.
Yeah, excellent.
Sonic and Shadow.
When we were going through, especially the Xbox showcase, you know how sometimes inadvertently E3, Key 3, Summer Game Fest, there are kind of fads, phases. We definitely realized that this year was all about big boys and little freaks.
Example?
Literally any game. So Fable.
Literally any game.
Oh, like a giant in
Fable. Big
Giant.
boy.
Sure.
Little freaks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh shit. There were big boys, little freaks in Alan Wake. Big boys, little freaks in Tam. Help me out. Star Wars.
Yeah, true.
Oh, the game where the skeleton guy playing guitar. Then it's revealed that he's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
And the little freaks.
Well, he's a big freak.
That's
He's a
South
zombie.
South of
Compulsion
Midnight.
Games.
Yeah, South of
South of
Midnight,
Midnight.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my big takeaway from the week.
Twisted Metal. Big guy, little freak. Does that work? Is that the same? I don't think it's quite the same.
God, can we talk about
Samoa Joe and
Will
Anthony
Arnett? Just
Mackie?
like,
Oh man, it's like it was.
Hey, you know what? To his credit, it was much better than the Rocks from the year before.
Yes.
Enjoy your gaming.
It was better than that.
So my phone memories
insufferable.
is like, 1 year ago today, I just have about 7 screenshots of The Rock because I was clearly going through. I was like, the meme potential is off the charts.
Yeah. It's true. No, but the Twisted Metal clip was not
him.
Didn't fill me with confidence, personally. I don't know.
Well, you were saying that it was very quiet in the room at that point.
Yeah, well, I was actually because Gerard, you were at the YouTube theater.
No, I
you
didn't.
missed it, you were late.
I was. The three of us had seats together.
That's right.
None of us sat together.
And none of us sat together.
I think the usher put me in the wrong section because you were in the front, right?
Yeah.
I think that's where I was meant to be because I think I remember booking the front, the front row, basically.
We were row 6
That's what
in
I
the
thought.
middle. I because of the indie event, which I can talk about later if you want, I chose not to go because I had to prepare to host this whole indie show.
Yeah.
And I kind of weighed the things and I was like, I should not
Yeah.
As much as I want to be the YouTube theater, I should be responsible and prepared for the show. Yeah,
that's good.
Yep.
So I didn't go. I watched it from home.
I was so nervous. I was like, oh, if the camera pans on me, I'm gonna look like a loser with no friends. Because it was you weren't there, you weren't there. I had bought a ticket for you just in case.
Oh,
so it was just me and empty chairs, and I was like, oh man,
perfect.
They were probably avoiding you on purpose.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I smell bad. Yeah.
But no, the YouTube theater was actually quite quiet. It was really quiet
For
actually.
Twisted Metal.
No, in general, don't you think? It just didn't have a lot of energy in
Well,
that
I mean,
room.
compared to a Game Awards audience.
Like even when Nick Cage was like that was a big moment, sure. But
Oh yeah.
In general, I just felt like
Smaller audience, I guess.
but like I felt like there was more energy in the Ubisoft room today than there was in the YouTube theater.
Well,
Like,
for what it's
that was a
worth,
much
we
smaller
didn't.
audience.
We heard the YouTube theater audience, and
Yeah,
it
we did
sounded
not
full.
hear.
Okay.
The Ubisoft audience sounded like
Sure.
there was an audience behind the audience trying to throw stuff at the front. Like, you could barely hear them.
That's funny.
What
No,
else
but
was in Jeff's thing?
so just to rattle off a quick list because I've got it here in front of me. Jeff had, in terms of bigger stuff, there was obviously the Dead by Daylight reveal. There was Prince of Persia, which we'll come back to. Mortal Kombat, we got a big look at that.
Man.
How you feeling about Mortal Kombat?
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's nice that it. So to me, I keep comparing it to like I like that it's almost like a comic book now, where it's like, oh, new interpretations
Sure.
of these characters that we've known the archetype of all of them forever, and now things are shaking up a little bit, and it's like
Surprised they called it Mortal Kombat 1 instead of like Mortal
it's still-
Kombat Dimensions.
It's like not
or
technically one because it's going off of Fire God Liu Kang, who was set up in the last one. So obviously it's like him writing a new universe, but it's a little like you definitely should play the story of the last one to know what's going on. But I think it's just really cool and bizarre to see it, and I played it too. But it's so colorful and so like bright. And then
it's much brighter than previous titles.
and then
for
but then they
sure.
went like triple down on the gore too, so it's
Hell
just got
yeah.
this weird tone to it that's like so different than the other games. Where playing it's like if you've played the last couple of modern ones, like you get the gist mostly.
Yeah,
But the cameo stuff is pretty intense. It's actually a little more layered than just each one you hit a button and they jump in and do a cool thing. You press a direction on the button and they'll do different attacks. You have to time them properly, and like the characters can actually so like I had Jax with me and I couldn't figure out how to like use Jax properly, and I'm like, come on Jax, come out, and then like Sub-Zero just punched him and he was like, oh no, and he like ran away, and I was like, no wait, you're supposed to just come in and do your thing. So there's a lot to it, and even like the animations and stuff, I love it. Like when Kano comes in, Kano like will push your character out, like get out of my way, you know. Sorry,
So that's actually the one time you've done a half decent train.
Thank
actually,
you.
So that's
It's
good.
when I'm quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's right. The Jax when he does one like a successful attack as he's walking off the
like,
stage,
what?
he's like, yeah, that's right. you
Yeah, I
know?
love it.
So I love that as well. It was really nice. I actually played that for like maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah, me too.
Played it with Susie actually, Sphere Hunter. Basically dumpstered her for 45 minutes straight. That was a good time. So shout out to Susie on the podcast. Thank you very much.
He literally walked out and he just started telling people. He's like,
She
beat
walked
Susie."
in. She walked in so confident. That's right. And then the night before that, she was bullying me all night long. So I felt vindicated. you know?
I don't want to throw any more shade towards Susie under the bus, but in the Street Fighter 6 closed beta for the reviewers, she was one of the only people on there playing, and I whooped her butt. Sorry, Susie.
That's
Sorry.
right.
Yeah.
I
Now
played
who's getting bullied, Susie?
Sorry, she's in
Now who's getting
Cyberpunk.
bullied?
She's
Yeah, I was
fine.
gonna say.
She's in Cyberpunk.
I played
She's doing-
Cyberpunk and we found her, and she's fucking excellent.
That's
in
cool.
it, so
That's very cool.
Congratulations, Susie.
That's
Yeah.
a very cool cameo. Yeah.
with a K.
Toxic Commando was another potentially cool one where
Oh, the John Carpenter.
yes, so specifically because John Carpenter, like that's cool, but John Carpenter's also like every interview he does, he's always just like, I just want money. Like he's super honest and like I like that. So I always think of that. But the trailer started off just kind of like whatever, and then once they showed what it is, I was like, oh, okay, cool, because it reminds me of like a canceled game called Dead Rush for like the PS2 era that was centered around driving a car through a zombie apocalypse, and the car would break down and zombies would attack it, and you'd have to fix it and keep going. And it kind of gave me that vibe, but now it's more of like a first-person shooter where it seems like the truck will actually get stuck in the mud, and there's like mud deformation, and you have to worry about like pulling the car out of the mud, but stressing that you're being swarmed by zombies. Like it just seems like a fun spin on that like 4-player zombie thing. You know, it needs a little revitalization.
Yeah, I don't know that one. I don't know. It's just like
me?
I
Just me?
I mean, like I
I don't know. it's hard. It's easy to get swept up in not nostalgia bait, but whenever a trailer has like an 80s track or a 90s track that I love, I immediately either feel like, oh, they got me with that song, or like, I freaking hate that song. Why are they playing that? And for this one, I was kind of right down the middle. I was like, I don't need to. And also, not to throw shade towards Ubisoft, we don't need like bombastic rap music in all the game trailers. Just like
that was very bad.
I liked the.
It worked. I liked.
Oh no!
Hell yeah!
I liked
Really?
Prince of Persia for what it was.
No,
but
no,
like,
I did like the music.
Absolutely.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because here's the thing. Like, it's always just like you. Like, I feel like it's. I don't know how to say this, but essentially, like, you're a hardcore gamer. Like, you know, it's just flashy marketing. You know, the game is gonna be like normal Prince of Persia music. It's just a commercial. Like, it's gonna have the new type of music that is popular.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, I just like hip hop, so I'm always like, yeah, cool, sick.
I was really confused by the block party track in the Division mobile game, because I really like block party, but then I feel like sometimes a song could just like make or break a trailer, and that song was so strange. It felt like there was no cuts to the beat, there was no like real moment,
and I was playing the song.
Oh, okay, well you just play the block
Also,
party,
I just found myself kind of like more like, oh yeah, this was a good song.
Yeah, well,
and I just kind of was thinking about that the whole time. I was like, I haven't heard this song in a while. Wow.
Yeah.
His name again? Fernando. So this is the chance we have for our boy Fernando, who's coming here to take a shower, and we're gonna try to have him pour up a mimosa. We got that all set up for him over there. The girl tells him she's 13. He says he's 32. Let's see what he's talking about.
She's virgin.
Let's see where do we have that. Dude, double your age. Are you cool with that?
Also, yeah, so send me pictures.
Hey, you're so cute. Too bad you're so young. Are you a virgin still? That's the type of guy she likes. He says it's dangerous that you're underage. It's dangerous for him to come up in this house and take a shower, all right? I'll tell you that.
I just told him to burn the...
Just call him quiet.
Hi, what's up? What's up? Where you at? You're still 20 minutes away? Where are you? Can you go outside your house? Yeah. Okay. Are you almost here? Yeah. Okay. You want Yeah. Well, I was wondering if you could make. Look, I got some mimosas if you want. Mimosa. Yeah. Yeah. I'll help you today. Okay. Do you want to make it though? I don't know the levels.
So we hear Fernando walk in. He's sparking up conversation with the decoy, trying to make her comfortable. You can tell by his voice that he's pretty nervous. So, he pours up a mimosa. Now, this guy thinks that he's in this house alone with this 14-year-old girl. Little does he know that just about 15 feet or so around the corner from him, there's a camera crew of about 10 guys. Now, just by hearing, we could tell that Fernando had poured himself a mimosa, and he was really starting to, get comfortable with the decoy.
You want to sit? Okay.
She's trying to get up the shower. We need him in the shower. Now, at this point, Courtney's performance as the decoy is just, astounding. She's doing a great job. But we needed her to go that extra mile. We need to get this guy Fernando in that shower by any means necessary. It's got to happen. I think he's in there. Now, we had no idea what was going on from around the corner, but we were just praying that we would hear the shower water turn on. This guy is in the shower. Holy shit. Are we gonna wait till he gets out? Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. What do you want to talk about? It's okay if I get water. Or... You want to come inside? I'll go inside.
He's talking to the decoy from the shower, trying to get her to come inside and join him. I mean, Fernando, she's 13. Come on. It's unbelievable.
I run a baddest
Oh, look what we have here. Oh, hello, tiny d. Come on out here. What is it? Come and have a seat. There is nothing for you. What's? How did you end up here?
Now, the longer you looked at it, the worse it got. Honestly, his area down there was not very impressive at all. If you could imagine, you know, a shrimp, it's pretty much a shrimp. The bush to penis ratio on Fernando was subpar at best. Not impressive at all. Not impressive at all.
You shower? Oh, no kidding!
Let's come out here and talk on this couch.
No, it's okay to need it. Like, who needs clothes nowadays? Anyways.
Oh, God.
Let's go. Let me get my cup.
Oh.
No, nothing.
Sorry, we should probably cover this up, though.
We'll get him a cup or a shot glass.
It's here. This
Anything,
way.
whatever.
I'm gonna give you a cup. Come here.
Mission Get Fernando in the shower was accomplished. However, there was still more work to be done. We still had to have the confrontation.
Come here. For you. Here. Oh, Lila. Yeah.
Do we have a towel anywhere? Or?
Towel. It's here. No, it's okay. It's here. You can have a seat.
Wherever you want. So we got Fernando out of the shower, but the problem was, you know, he was still naked. And we didn't want to see that tiny, pathetic little shrimp anymore. And there were no towels left, so the next best thing that he could cover up with was a purple plastic solo cup, similar to one that you would see at a frat party, for example. Just one of those cups.
Yeah.
I mean, we know you're nice and clean, so.
No, I'm doing it. No, it's
you want to use the blanket to cover on up, or?
Yeah.
So, what's your name?
No, I don't want to talk.
What's that?
I don't want to talk.
You'll take your clothes off, but you don't want to talk.
Yeah.
You don't seem very shy.
No, I don't want to talk.
You're already here. You already did it. So let's have a conversation. We can do it with police or without police. So you make up your mind.
Whatever you want to do.
I don't want to talk.
Would this be your profile on the Whisper app?
No.
No. So your name's not Fernando,
I don't want to talk.
and you're not 32 years old.
I'm not.
Do you have an ID on you, Fernando? Oh wait. Yeah, it's probably in his pants. He's.
I don't want to talk.
Bathroom.
I don't want to talk. Really, I don't want to.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to security.
No.
You're already here, bro.
I know.
The girl tells you that she's 13 initially. She asks you if it's okay. You say, "Wow, you're young," and then you say you're 32. How did you mess up?
Well, I just came here. I don't want to do nothing with her. I told her straight up I don't want to do nothing with her.
Why did you touch me then?
I didn't touch you.
Why were you?
Why are you naked?
No.
Bro, you're naked in this house.
No, I was just gonna
The
shower.
whole I
Shower
didn't
because I was
plan on
working.
anything isn't gonna work.
Fernando, you're naked.
I know, but I
Okay.
anything. I told her no.
You're sitting here naked on a couch. You can't sit here and tell me that you weren't planning to do anything with this 13-year-old girl that you're here to meet tonight.
Cup on your right now, bro.
No, I don't want to talk.
But you
Actually-
want to shower at a miner's house.
No, no way.
With me. You asked me to join you countless times.
Just did shower, dude.
Asking
that nobody's home. Oh, I was sure there's nobody home.
No,
And that was an awfully quick shower. Did you scrub in between the
I don't
knees?
want to talk though.
Okay.
So here's the deal. We're already here. We're already filming you. We can already call the cops if you would prefer that. But it's already done. So this is your chance to explain yourself in front of the world.
I just want to have a conversation, man. That's it.
You pretending like this isn't happening is not going to help you at all.
You ask her if she's a virgin.
I don't want to.
Well, why, Fernando? Why?